Hello! Hi, Kumo. I am doing well, thank you. How about yourself? Hello, Lily. Hello! Hello, hello, hello. To nerd or not to nerd, that is the question. Is that really a question? Always to of course to nerd. Absolutely to nerd. Can you imagine not being a nerd? I mean, if you're in high school, then maybe. Like in high school 20 years ago, then you probably don't want to be a nerd. But now, I feel like it's strictly superior to be a nerd. You have to clean your room really well, but also a bunch of the house because of the fiber dude coming in. I know, imagine not being a nerd in 2025. I have some hair thing on my hand. Ugh. There we go. How's the Rust project going? It's going great, thank you for asking. We are today going to see how well it's going. So, I had considered previously to put the file uploads into the web server, like the marketing page web server, because I figured it would be easier in TypeScript. But the more I thought about it, the more I noticed that we need like the same kind of state that we need in the Rust app too. So I'm now looking into doing the S3 upload thingy in the Rust app too. Oh, you're getting into your... as in making your own OS? Or... You're hoping you can clean the house fast enough to reschedule the install to be even earlier. That'd be possible, isn't it? Like in 5 days anyway. So, what kind of operating system are you gonna make, Morikumo? Good entrance to you! Yeah. Oh. Insect. Insects do not belong inside. Their presence is to be punished by death. I want to adjust my desk a little bit. Maybe. Checking my posture right now. Maybe I want to put down my armrest a little bit. How do I adjust this again? Here. That is low as— no! No! That's too low. Actually, that's fine. That's fine, that's a bit better. Ergonomics are weird. The problem is the problem with ergonomics is your body only tells you that you've been doing it wrong after you've done it wrong for like days, weeks, months, and then suddenly like, now I'm gonna hurt no matter what you do. You know, trying to make it a networking first OS. I don't know what a serial experiments Ian is. Lane? What's that? See, problem with stupid ass Twitch font, you can't know whether it's a lowercase L or an uppercase I. Well, okay, then I don't know it. I thought it was like the name Ian. Cause like there's like the old spelling of it with an A in it. Or like an I in it rather. The A stayed, the extra I didn't stay. Hello Armalis, how are you? Ian, your favorite name? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so, So we need to just move... How do we encapsulate this? Probably just, we probably just make our own struct with like an impl on this. Can this then return... What is the pre-signed request? Can I... Can I... Thank you. Thank you. HTTP request. Do you have a URL or something, or... Oh, I see. Okay. So we return the URI from here. Okay. Hello, Agrawal! Give me 1 second. Hello. I'm doing well, thank you, Armalis. You implemented IE 75432-bit float edition once again. You're pretty sure it's correct this time. What do the tests say? So can you send me like an example of the kind of look you're gonna be going for, Murakuma? Oh, so now you don't actually need it? Okay, what do we have? We have all of this. So bucket and key need to be configurable. I think that's probably what makes the most sense. So we want to store the client and also... Yeah, I think so. Okay, so how about we do... Does this take it by value? It does, of course you do. Are you clonable? You are clonable. Okay. Well, in that case... How about we do struct S3 pre-signer. We take the client and we take the config, which is the pre-signing config. So we put this in here. Take the client here. We take the config here. And then... Does this need to be async? No, it doesn't look like it does. Okay. And then we have async then... Create, I don't know. Bucket and key, right? That's all we need. So this is then self S3 put object a bucket, a key, self config, clone, and that looks like we're happy. I think that's fine, yeah. Oh, wait, how long ago was that when you looked for it, Lily? So why do you have so many artifacts, Idrin? Oh, like 8 months ago, okay. So it's still relatively recent then. And then we put that into app data too. Let's put it into web data here. We're also not gonna need this here anymore, so that's nice. Hello, Tower, how are you? Wait, so what does that mean if it's not published on crates? Does that mean you just get it from GitHub then? S3 clone. Okay. And then we can use that here or here. Which just means that the request thing now... Where is it? Here. You now also want the S3 pre-signer. What is a pre... Do I even want to ask what that is? That sounds... I don't know how that sounds. So this then just becomes self S3. Create. Avatars. Self user ID. ToString. Oh wait. Proto upload res. URL is this dot. Whoops. Pre-signed, where's this in? This returns a pre-signed request. Pre-signed request. Yuri. ToString. Alright, and we're happy. Oh, a lover of rain, okay. You're splitting the runs to make them parallel, so a single container might have 4 to 40 runs and each even leaves an art. Does it have to be an artifact, though? Or what kind of results are you generating? Why aren't there more female devs? Well, it's kind of just like, it's like, how do I put this? You have to consider that the current job world at any given point in time is always about, like, 10 to 20 years behind. It's why a lot of fields, like, for instance, in the field of doctors, there's, like, this, like, sine wave of, like, every generation there's, like, one generation there's like too many doctors for how many positions there are, and the next generation there's like, you know, way too few doctors and everyone's looking for new doctors, and so everyone wants to become a doctor again, and so then the sine wave swings the other way again. And the thing is that in the generation that is currently eligible to work, so our generation, my generation, there's when I was young, it was still considered extremely weird for a girl to get into tech, you know? Like, the only reason I got into tech is, like, you know, a lot of people thought it was weird. I just kind of did it because, like, I didn't have any friends, you know? So, like, it was still considered, like, you know, boys' work, basically, you know? And so that's the reason why there aren't more female devs. I do think that is largely gone from, like, the generation that's currently being raised now, but it's just going to take, like, another 10 to 20 years for for the job world to catch up, basically. I think there was that perception because there was that perception when people like made their job decisions like 10 years ago, which is what defines the job world today. A lot of girls still chose to do, like, you know, more traditionally girly fields because, like, unless you're, like, you know, a social shut-in, you're going to, at least in part, base your decision on what society expects of you, you know? You feel like most of the people getting into computer science right now are just here for the money, but that's still, it's the same thing, right? Because it is you absolutely should not get into IT for the money anymore. There are just fewer jobs than there are people, and it's just, like, if you get into IT for the money now, you're not gonna get a job. So, it's the same with doctors, you know, like, when there's, like, you know, the shortage of doctors, so many people are pushing, you should become a doctor, everyone's looking for them, and so, like, you know, the pendulum swings the other way. Well, of course gender is not relevant for tech. It's not like there's either gender is gonna be better at tech, you know? Well, I do think that's largely in the past now, though, right? Let's not get too political, Lily. But yeah, I do think that, like, you know, a lot of, I mean, it kind of is, yeah. At least I would consider it, like, you know, the negative kind of politics, you know? But yeah, like, I really do think that it's gonna, like, in another 10, 20 years, it's gonna look very different, because there's, I feel like in the generation that's currently being raised, and at least that's a perception I have, there's not really the stigma anymore that girls can't get into tech. Okay, let's see whether this works. Let's see whether we can... What happens if we call this from the client? So if here we call... Well, we need to... Hold on, let's start with doing a Penipim proto. Of course, Armaldus, of course. Hello, I hate sleeping. I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself? Oh yeah, of course, it's not exclusive to programming. It's, I feel like yeah, so the gender bias for tech is, like, going away in a lot of ways. There's actually studies that, and I don't know, so I don't know whether this is true, okay? So this is just a study I saw, and I found it funny, which is why I remembered it. But the study basically said that it's actually women who are better at programming, because programming is a task where flow states are really important, and it's easier on average for women to stay in flow states because, according to the study, men are interrupted by thoughts of sex about once every half hour. It sounds completely made up, but it was funny, so I remembered it. It does sound kind of insane. But like I said, it amused me, so I remembered it. Let's start the Docker thing, and let's do a Pinipim Proto. You would say it's more a personal nature thing than gender, according to your observations? Yeah, that's probably correct, yeah. Like I said, I don't really... I would not put any value into that study, but I just found it really funny. It says users set avatar. How often do I lie to you? Never. Now it's up to you to determine whether that was a lie. So then we don't need any of that. We literally just need put and this here. That's kind of nice. I do like that. How about we do const URL? Today you upgraded your Selenium grid to latest, which means the team will have it easier to debut tests which run on cloud. Oh, debug. Okay, to debug tests which run on a cloud, because now you can see the execution live for flaky tests. What is the vibe coding mode? So what does it mean to see the execution live? And the body is just a file. Okay, let's see whether that works. But I don't enjoy AI coding. I don't even have it set up, you know, like I don't have any AI stuff set up, so like I would have to set up all that garbage just for the meme redeem, and I don't know about that. Like, I literally never use AI-generated code. Like, never. I just don't do it. I don't even really know how it works, because it's just so bad and so uninteresting. Thank you, Bedouin. This is the second day in a row that I spill so onto myself while drinking. Why am I so incompetent? Anyway, that was not your fault. How dare you make me spill my drink? Ass, it's all your fault. Ah, I get the airplane reference, Mad Moves. What a good movie. Airplane is great. It's definitely Newton's fault, you're right. Damn that Newton inventing gravity. Oh, whoa, what? What's using 5432? Oh, the Docker thing didn't end again. Why does it not properly shut down Docker? It didn't used to have that problem. The tests run on the EC2 Linux machine inside Docker on Selenium Grid, so you can see the actual execution of UI tests. So by watch the execution live, do you mean like download like a replay file or something? I'm doing well, Vanadium, thank you, how are you? Alright, we're in now. Upload avatar. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try again. Well, that's not helpful. Why is it all I'm getting? Hold on. That's not helpful at all.
She takes you by the hand and don't see her face.
Hello, Robin. The accidental cry. And hello, Hope and it's Hilly. I feel like I knew how that was pronounced before. Did I mispronounce that terribly? If so, I'm sorry.
Don't remember how I wandered this far. How did I meet you and what is your name? How did I get here? Watch the sunrise.
Not replay filed. Oh, through Live VNC. Okay. A very sleepy day. How come? How about we do this? Let's thingy equal this. Debug thingy, and then output the thingy to here. Let's try again.
Beautiful face. Welcome, she said as we entered her place. Some pictures, some music.
You're hyper-focusing too much on performance, honestly. I mean, I don't know. Like, you're doing the project for fun, so if, like, performance is what you enjoy the most, then why not?
She told me to restore waves with smiles in her eyes. A moment in time.
Why is this all I'm getting?
Watched the sunrise.
This is not even correct. None of this is correct. Where's my thingy? Oh, I guess it's missing the credentials, right? You're working from home and you can feel your bed staring at you, daring you to take a nap. Staring for daring. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we definitely need more than this. For one thing, we need like the path syntax, right? Or does this even work? Does this work? I wonder. Invalid bucket name. That's like this one. This one. Did you keep the buckets? You did. Okay. The subdomain thing just doesn't work, huh?
Watch the sunrise. Watch the sunrise.
Bucket endpoint. Okay, so you do need the force path style. Hopefully the Rust thing supports that. Otherwise, we're gonna be... Otherwise, I don't think we can use that. Let's see. Path. Here, force path style. Yeah, yeah. But this is like another kind of where do you... Wait, where do you... What comes out of this? Why is the documentation so bad? I don't think responsiveness is something you can really test automatically. Wait, by responsiveness, do you mean responsive design or how long it takes? I might have misunderstood that. So this takes a... Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Ooh. I'm beginning to understand. I am beginning to understand. Uh-huh. And I'm betting this has a from implementation. Yes. Uh-huh. Okay, you meant how long it takes to load, okay. Now, where's the set endpoint URL thing from? You're on... Okay... I don't see that. Adrian, thank you for the 5 gifted! Thank you! I appreciate that! Well, what have I done to deserve this? Thank you! Damn, you took us straight to level 2 hype train, hell yeah! Thank you! Aww. You're so sweet, thank you. What a nice surprise. Are we giving up on Festivity? I don't know yet. For this thing? Probably. Phil, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So sweet. Oh, that's on the... So I think I don't need this thing then anyway, right? So what if instead we do this thing, add this thing, add this thing, and then we do... then we do from conf. That's nice. That's real nice. And now we just do credentials provider. And where do we get that from? And where do we get that from? Because I think the other thing also only had that. Also. Force path style true. Yeah. Okay, but credentials provider, we're get how to. Where get how to. Oh, you would say your productivity is so much higher in the office? How come, Robin? Are you paid by the hour then, Robin? Are you not salaried, or are you paid by the hour? Credentials. So where do I get that from? Well, what's the thing called? It's like access key ID. Is that in here anywhere? No. But this is the wrong thing here. Access. No. Secret. No. Oh. Credentials. Yeah. I said this. What are you? Okay. Huh. Oh, you're hourly. Having other people around and the mental shift of not being in the room where you... Okay, so it's less about, would you say it's more about the second part, like having a separate work environment, or is it more about having people around? Aw, I'm glad it gives you that, Robin. I really enjoy having you around, too. It's both, okay. Well, I'll do my best to be the person around, then. Okay, so what implements provide credentials? What? Credentials. Oh. Oh, okay. Credentials, Beldor. Here, you hit that so well. Strongly typed, thank you for the 17 months. Oh, it's for 6 months in advance too. Thank you for Pete. Grumpy Pete. Grumpy Pete is very happy about that. This makes Grumpy Pete a happy Pete. So we now need a credentials provider. This thing. Config. Credentials. Builder. We have the access key ID from here, which is you. They're both menu admin. And we need the secret key, which is also menu admin. Then we do a build. What a shit API, I'm not gonna lie. Did we fix the avatars and statuses yesterday? We did. I am currently looking into perhaps moving the S3 thing to Rust because, especially for things like, you know, setting the group image, we're going to need to check the permissions before we allow the user to do that. And since Rust already has all the status, it would be kind of annoying to have to duplicate it to the web server. And so I'll see whether we can just keep it in Rust. How you doing, Simplarum? The nice part about this project and when I was coding Flexile is that you, and you genuinely mean no offense, couldn't care less about specifically watching me code. How dare you? And you don't get distracted. I mean, that's fine, you know, I mean, if you're here for me or you, I'm okay with that. Is Rust booming? I would say it's and any low-level programming language are always going to be niche because it only really makes sense to use them if you're either doing something really specific or you really specifically need high performance. Alright, let's see what this does. I mean, Rust and C are in the same category. I personally would not use C for anything at this point. Rust is kind of just better. Provider name missing. What the hell is a provider name? Huh? What is a provider name? Eugene, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Hello, Eigen Tourist. I mean, the thing is just that C is older. You know, like the only reason it's like Java and Kotlin. Ever since Kotlin exists, there's literally zero reason to use Java for anything, but it's older, so some people still use it, you know? I mean, I feel like if development time matters, you just don't use C. Or like you don't use anything low level. What is a provider name? You know what? Provider. Haha. You've decided the project you're really going to learn Rust with is a GBA game. What kind of game are you making? I don't think C is a must-know at all. Like a must-know for whom do you mean, Armaldus? Did that work? That did work! Nice! C is a must-know for every programmer. Strongly disagree. Strongly disagree. I think C is, for most people, completely unnecessary knowledge. I think for people who just want to make software, you know, for most software, C does not matter at all, and it is detrimental to most people to make them learn it. Because, like, most people never need to and never should need to think about low-level programming. Really, Haskell is commonly used in banks. Kinda surprised by that. I really don't agree with that, strongly typed. I don't think you need to understand the level below. And I really don't think it necessarily makes you a better engineer. It's like, if you're interested in that and if you want to do it, then sure, but you really don't need to understand C to be able to write JavaScript code. Like, those ways, those approaches, those ways of thinking are completely different. Alright, but it seems that we can move the S3 thing to Rust, so that's kind of cool. UVVW, thank you for the follow. How are you? Do I think a reactive would be a better reactive if they understood the React rendering and event loop? No. I don't think they need to know that. They need to, like, in very high level understand, like, you know, when is something getting called, you know, but they don't need to understand the inner workings of it. Like, they need to know about it and know it exists and, like, you know what's relevant to their work, like, you know, when, at what point does a component re-render, at what points do effects get called, like, you know, just the, how does their code end up getting executed, but I don't think they need to know anything about how React is implemented. If they want to know it, then sure. Like, I'm not saying it's bad for them to know it, but I don't think it's necessary. Wario and Waluigi Superstar Saga? Hell yeah. I don't know, I feel like knowing C makes getting into Rust almost harder, you know? Because then you keep trying to apply your knowledge of pointers to, like, Rust borrows, and it just doesn't apply, you know? It definitely makes you appreciate Rust more, but I really don't think you need to know C to get into Rust. Well, okay, so far things are going pretty well for us. No fighting so far. And so the story is something you're kind of going to, like, you're gonna diverge from canon there, I'm assuming, or at least make your own canon. Oh, does this need to be an AWS con? No. Don't need your shitty crate. Yeah. And that means we can remove the upload here too. We can remove the S3 thing, and these things, and this thing. Did something else happen, Phoenix, or is this just in reference to like the one thing that happened a few days ago? Yeah, that makes sense, Robin. You think you should, because a lot of the more complex aspects of C are language features and Rust that most people struggle with understanding. Lifetimes is a big one, and lifetimes for you clicked really easily. The borrow checker is just an entirely different way of thinking. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? I feel like the memory model is so different between Rust and C. And if you like spend time learning C first, then you're gonna try applying the C's memory model to Rust, and that's gonna confuse you. Like another just now, Phoenix? Like today? Because I know something happened a few days ago. Can I just do this? No way, right? No, we cannot. Oh well. Is there anything else we can remove? I don't think so. It gives you a lot of context about why things are the way they are in Rust, but why does it matter? Like, it doesn't matter why it is that way, it's just, you know, is. I don't think thinking borrow is pointers fine to start. That was like the biggest thing that confused me learning Rust, is that I kept conflating the two. I don't think that's, I think that's just gonna confuse you a lot. Like, for me, the hardest part of learning Rust was, like, unlearning the things I tried to apply to it from C. And, like, the borrow checker is, like, the one hard thing about Rust, you know? Yeah, these mini libraries are kind of stupid, I agree with you, Robin. You dabbled a bit in Rust thanks to me, but so far it's a complicated but interesting ride. What are you doing with it? I mean, realistically speaking, you know, if someone like, let me put it this way. It doesn't matter which journey you choose as long as you're having fun. I just hesitate to be like, oh, you have to do this before you do this other thing, which is something that especially universities are so terrible about. They, like, you know, force people who don't care about low-level development at all, you know, people who want to do web dev or something, they force them to do C. And it's like, why? It's like, starting out with C is just, for most people, such a terrible approach, because they're never gonna need this shit, and you're just making them jump through hoops and making them do things they don't enjoy and that aren't satisfying to do. And it's just gonna make them potentially lose interest. Yeah, and the problem is that we're gonna, like Kodix is saying, we're making people who just want to build web pages or just want to write code learn computer science, which has nothing to do with what they want to do. Only learn C if you need C, same for any lang. Agreed. I feel like the flat screwdriver in Phillips is a really good example there, Phil, because it's like, you know, technically you can even use a flat screwdriver to screw a Phillips screw, but it's just gonna be a really shit experience. It's gonna work in theory, it is a tool for the job, but it's definitely not the right tool for the job. You need to learn C so you can understand why your web dev lang that has no pointers is still 0 index. Exactly, yeah. Alright, so now we can implement this for the groups too, which is gonna be real simple now. Set icon ID. Well, but the problem, Kate, is the people aren't doing computer science because they love computer science so much. It's because corporations are lazy as fuck about hiring and just rule out people who don't have CS degrees. It's not people's fault that they go through the degrees they neither care about nor enjoy. They do it because they have to. What were biology students learning C for? You were forced to take 4 courses in philosophy before you were able to graduate from university. Was that in itself a philosophical exercise? Alright, so we can now go here and do this one, and then we copy over. Let's edit this first, and then we copy over you. This we can just inline again now. Kapow. It did the thing again, you idiot. Proto result. Result. Proto. Remove. And then we do this one. What do you mean duplicated code fragment 3 lines long? Are you kidding me? Duplicated code fragment 3 lines long. Bruh. Also, this needs to be groups anyway. An abstract return OK message factory. Yeah. I mean, plus we can actually just put this one in here. And this now just returns a string, which makes it happy. So we can remove this. And we can remove this. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you want to teach someone the basics of programming, JavaScript. JavaScript is, in my opinion, the best programming language for a beginner. Of course, you start them with HTML, and then you go to JavaScript. It is so much more visual, so much more satisfying than anything you can do with C. It's incredibly versatile. It's a way better general purpose language than C is. No, I think JavaScript is way more visual, because Python is still like a... Like, with Python at best, you're gonna get a hello world in the console. It's gonna be a lot easier than with C. But the thing is, it's just so much more visual to do something with HTML, because like everyone uses websites, right? And so to be able to take control of your browser is incredibly more satisfying than it is to take control of your console, you know? Your confidence has jumped to the point where you think you're able to actually start modding some of your hardware. Maybe not quite your Switch OLED yet, but you're gonna try and mod chip a Switch Lite and put Linux on it, my goodness. So what does it involve doing that? Evil is not an abstract concept? How so? Oh, I see. The philosophy courses are the evil. Okay, I get you, I get you. How did you cheat the exam, Armadas? I want to know the story. Yeah, but of course these people are going to be frustrated because, again, people aren't going into CS because they're interested in it. I would say the people actually specifically interested in the academic field of computer science is incredibly minuscule, and people are only going into it because they're forced to. Exactly. Most people aren't excited about text appearing in the console. Exactly. Oh, of course you can use like a like GUI framework with Python or something, but it's still easier to get something graphical with HTML and CSS than it is with Python or anything else really. You find it 1,000 times more rewarding to be in control over your terminal. It might be a generational thing, yeah. Alright, so we can now do another put up from proto. Oh, which means that we can now add this function too. Just copy this one really. Upload group image. And this is just groups. Set icon. And we can even just like, you know, make a shared thingy for that. Get URL. Promise string. And then it returns a function. It returns a change event handler. This is await get URL. This is async. And then this just becomes upload handler. Or you know what? Let's do URL string here. Because that's gonna mean we just need to do this. And we can just put the upload group image here. I just need to do a groups set icon. Are you okay with me calling that without an ID anyway? ID active group ID. Format. Well, but it's still kind of like, it's still kind of a generational, like, I'm not saying, like, you know, I'm not saying you're 80 years old, I'm talking more about, like, you know, the generation of, like, did you grow up with a primarily terminal-based computer, or primarily graphical computer? Do you know what I mean? Is there a marketing plan for this, or is it a coding challenge? Well, it's really just for fun. I'll just, take it wherever I find most enjoyable. So I will deploy it, release it, and as for marketing, I don't know. I don't really have any plans for it to be like, you know, an actual Discord killer or anything like that. It's just kind of for fun. You can take a Raspberry Pi Pico-based chip and hijack your Switch's boot sequence to boot up your custom firmware off of a micro SD card. Interesting. Does that use any kind of exploit, or is that just kind of like, you know, at a certain point, once you hijack the hardware, it just kind of happens? So are you kind of just like bypassing the Switch's own like circuitry for that, or do you still run on its on all of its hardware? It's just bypassing the bootloader. Okay. So do you bypass a physical piece of software there? Sorry. A physical piece of hardware there, or... I want an assert defined function because it's very convenient to have. What? Typo. There we go. That I don't enjoy Python and Go, and that JavaScript is too low performance. This was specifically a program for me to get to write Rust again. The ribbon cable and Pico are there to intercept the official bootloader. You can let it through and use your Switch like normal. Oh, okay. There's like a... You can toggle it like at boot time. Wait, hold on. Does the Switch 2 not have cartridges anymore? You saw him using Docker Compose. You used it as well as in the past, but you saw that recently Docker has fallen out of favor with the community. I use Podman. I just use Podman alias to Docker. So I type Docker everywhere because it's like, you know, muscle memory, but I use Podman. And I mean, Imprada would never use Docker personally. Imprada would just run on Metal. Many of the third-party ones are just download keys and do not contain the game. That's so cringe. Hello, Roger. How are you? But I guess they kind of did that with a lot of CDs too, right? Hey, Agrawal, I will build a custom keyboard for you and then mail it to you. This is to express our appreciation for your support and charm. All of this for free. It's a drop-in replacement, yeah. Literally, you just install it and you install I think a second package called Podman Docker that just sets up the aliases for you. And like literally, if I do here, look. It just emulates the entire Docker CLI. It's super cool. I haven't used actual Docker in like months. And it just works perfectly. Like, it's actually so cool. What is the advantage of Podman over Docker? I will let other people explain that because I don't know it well enough. I just know it's better. I don't know enough to know why it's better. Oh, wrist pain is gone. Hell yeah, Phoenix. I still want a proper split keyboard. I still haven't been able to find one that has like a nice trackball. Did you know that lying is not illegal, Agrawal? Nintendo is definitely banning consoles that buy third-party card. Wait, banning how? Oh yeah, it doesn't require running it through. That's a nice one. I mean, I would like to see them pull that in the EU. I would like to see them remotely kill my Switch in the EU. Please do that. Please let me easily sue you for €1 billion. I so want them to try that in the EU. That would be like the most slam dunk case ever. The port things you do need, you either need root for, or you like you can change the like minimum port allowed without root. Networking you don't need root for. That kind of just works. No, that doesn't fly in the EU. That sort of licensing shit does not fly in the EU. It isn't legal. That literally is not legal in the EU. Like the whole end user, like literally in the EU, you never have to read an end user license agreement because it just doesn't apply. Like they could write whatever they want in there, it doesn't apply to you. Like if there's any sort of like surprising or unusual clauses are just null and void. Unless they, like, you know, put it front and center, make you confirm it 3 times, then it can be okay. But you literally don't have to. You literally do not have to read license agreements in the EU. And that's how it should be, you know? Like, people aren't lawyers. They can't understand that. It's exactly how it should be. Like, you know, the common law matters so much more than random contracts. And it's exactly how it should be. Yeah, that's true. If you use Docker already and you're happy with it, then you don't need to switch. I don't even remember why I switched. I think I was having some issue with Docker. And then Lily was like, just use Podman, and it just worked. But yeah, I personally would never use containers in production. Just use, like, run it on the metal, you know? Like, there's no need to have, like, that additional layer of performance loss in production. So what if I upload Grammy here? Okay, that doesn't work. What are you trying to do? Oh, that's something. Oh, huh? Failed. Oh, because the permission hasn't been set, right? Yeah, we need to do that there too. We need to do groups here too. And then groups here too. And so let's connect to the container right now. Yeah, Lily, yeah, though I will do very soon. Is that what it's called? Yeah, it is, okay. This thing, this thing. What do you mean does not exist? Your face doesn't exist. Oh, it doesn't exist. Whoops. There we go. A malicious container running on Docker Desktop could access the Docker engine and launch additional containers without requiring the Docker socket to be mounted. Oh, that's on Windows. Okay. Well, yeah, because on Windows, Docker is really just a hack, right? Because the thing that makes Docker good on Linux just doesn't exist on Windows. Are you so okay? Now it's a 404. Okay, now it's a 404. That's fine then. Now, if I upload Grummy here, it's unhappy. 404. Really? Really 404? Why 404? Why 404? Because I didn't restart the server, I bet. Ah, I didn't restart the server. Turns out there's no hard reload in Rust. Yeah, I'm the same way, Mad Moose. I mean, this is my first time writing a Docker Compose file myself, so I'm like learning this as I go. Wait, there's a cargo watch? Oh, that's like a separate thing you have to install. So I guess that can automatically restart your thing. Interesting. Have I seen the internal API request Windows runs on? No, I haven't. But I mean, it's software that's like, you know, decades old, so I'm not surprised there's a lot of legacy nonsense in there. Yeah, that didn't work. Why not? Why you no worky? Oh, why you not worky? That's weird. Because this resets the value. Oh, I see. That's very silly of me. You're such a silly Maya. There we go. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. That worked? That's the... Why is it 2? Why is it 2? Did I hard-code it on the server? I hard-coded it on the server. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I hard-coded it on the server. Hello, Arga. How are you? Wait, why would the EU do that, Argawal? What's wrong with them having an egress fee? Ah, here it is. And if we refresh, then I think we're gonna have a giant Grummy. Or it's a small Grummy. Aw, tiny Grummy. How come you're not getting better at the Rust syntax? How long have you been doing it for? Well, it wasn't a compiler error, it was a silly putting the wrong value of the correct type into that place. Wait, how do they make it impossible for people to switch cloud providers? I mean, I think just give it time, Arga, like, you know, it takes a while for your, you know, for your prior knowledge to adjust. If you have an oscilloscope, you can see the gremlins having their little evil little dance party on your ground line, definitely. Sorry, okay, so tell me a bit, so I thought you were talking about the traffic thing. What kind of egress fee are we talking about? Maybe I misunderstood what we were talking about. But like, that makes sense, right? Because they incur a cost for that traffic too. Well, it happens in a lot of cases, not just if you want to switch providers, right? As someone who's been in a horrible relationship for 6 months, I feel like it definitely took me longer than 6 months to get over it. And look, it's tiny Grumpy. He's so cute. Grumpy Pete. $400, wow. I mean, I guess the argument to be made there is like, you know, maybe don't use AWS for that at all. I guess it's like a bit of a tough situation because they also incur costs from the traffic, right? But I do also get the argument that, like, you know, it's anti-competitive. So I guess I don't know how much more expensive the fees are compared to what it costs them. That's interesting, Agawal. Ingress is free. That is a bit of a thinker then. They're orders of magnitude larger than the actual cost. And you think that's primarily to, like, force people to stay in their ecosystem? That's fair then. Yeah, okay. Thank you for explaining that more. Delete group? No. I refuse. Okay, then I'm with you, yeah. Tiny Grammy. Alright, but we got avatars. That's pretty cool. Dash pretty cool. I mean, I'm not gonna defend AWS anyway. Fuck AWS. Especially after having worked with their shitty packages just now. Fuck them. They clearly hate people. Okay, that makes sense, Armalis. Thank you for the context. I mean, C# is perfectly fine if you just put the braces on the same line. Just, you can change it, you know? You don't need to do it like that. You can change it. You don't need to. You don't need to do it like that. Let's make sure that friend requests are still working too. Why no connect? Why no connect? Did I? Oh no, it's panicked. Oh no, it panicked. Why would it panic here? Oh. Okay. But then why didn't it? Oh, it did crash. Oh, it did crash. Okay, it did crash. Okay. Okay, it did crash. Egregious egress. Nice. Alright, this is user 1 and user 2, right? Yeah, okay. User 1, user 2. Yeah, I love programming. I don't know why changing source and target to user 1 and user 2 was so enjoyable to me just now, but it's just so fun to write code. I don't know. It's just so fun to type away in your keyboard and your computer does stuff as a result. I say as my program crashes again. So that's okay. Oh yeah, this needs to be status, yeah. Status. Integer. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Alter table user friends rename column accepted to status. Ah. Yeah. Wouldn't have happened with a query macro? True, actually true. Actually true. This is so shit. Friend request from 2. I love it. Why did I get that now upon logging in? I'm surprised it was processed just now. That's interesting. I want to experiment with that more because that is potentially indicative of an issue. So the first thing we need to do, when we get the friend request thing, we need to let the sending client, know the friend request went through. So
y'all think, but I think that's pretty.
So what do we have? We have friend request. How about we turn this into incoming friend request? Polga Epistoza, thank you for the follow, how are you? Then we have outgoing friend request. Outgoing friend request. I'm thinking whether we should do that or... No, I think there's a better way of doing this. Where's my hello message? Enum, friend status. Do we need the... Yeah, we do. Okay. We have... I lost it. I lost it. I lost it here. Incoming request. Outgoing request. There. Seven. Yeah, okay. And then you have friend status. Uh-huh. The only reason you get to work in Rust is that you decided to stack. I mean, same, Mad Moose. What do you do with Rust? Oh yeah, I know. I completely agree, Armand. Like, I feel super lucky that, like, the thing that I enjoy so much is also, like, you know, a thing that I can make money with. Yeah, don't tell them that we would do it for free. True. Oh yeah, absolutely, Robin. Like, Rust is so nice for embedded. You have to use a lot of unsafe. There's an is power off, hell yeah. Okay, so do a quick recargo. Pete is so cute. Goldfishy! I love goldfishies. The pattern of wrapping unsafe stuff and safe abstractions is so nice in Rust. I mean, I still have 0 unsafe code in this, which is super nice. Thank you, Robin. A rather big product backend API server with integrations to over a dozen external APIs, and you don't have a single unsafe in your code. I know, you like never need to. Hackology, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. What's a hacko? Which the hackology would be a study of. Yeah, exactly, Lily. Proto friend status none. Wait, hold on. Hold on, that's wrong. This needs, oh, whoopsie. How silly of me. Can't just send the status, also need the ID. Proto friend ID. Target ID. Status. You. There was some way of doing that. What's the other one? Into. Yeah, okay, sure. You always read it as not important? That's so cute. I love that. Dude, waffles are 100% better than pancakes. Waffles are freaking great. I freaking love waffles. Let me copy this from up here, so I don't have to spell all of that out. Probably want like some love function for this. How about this? How about this? How about let's do async event send friend notification user 1 user 2 user status friend status there. Take this, put it here. Status and status. Yeah, 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 yeah. Syrup and butter holders, yeah. You gotta have them with whipped cream and freaking strawberries too. I love strawberries. Strawberries are goated. The important thing is distinguishing between pancakes and crepes. The Germans don't for some reason. They call them the same thing and it's infuriating. Austrians don't, but Germans do. Well, they're not even pancakes because you don't make them with you don't put like baking soda into them. Like they're not pancakes. They're the recipe is different. You simply don't have crepes in Germany. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more to drink. I will see you in a moment. Hello, I'm back. It's time for the yellow to get his treat. Yellow. Hello. Hello, yellow. Hello, yellow. Precious. You're so precious, you are. You're so precious. Yes, you are. I should pray. Praise. I know, Grammy. You would like one too. Oh, I know. What's for the yellow? There it is. You got it. You got the treat. Pretty common. Such a pretty common. Mm-hmm. You don't know how anyone can say pancakes are superior to waffles? Same. Hello. A waffle with butter, syrup, whipped cream, strawberries and blueberries, and mini chocolate chips. I mean, personally, I would only use the syrup, the whipped cream, and the strawberries. Wait, they renamed IHOP? Why? What does the waffle crate do with tacos? Eat pancakes, look inside, neither a cake nor a pan. I love you, Cade. I mean, it is kind of a cake though, no? What are chocolate dipped waffles? Hey spokesman, how are you? Pancakes in bottles? What? There are American... Wait, what's the difference between American pancakes and Pfannkuchen? What's the difference between the two? Oh yeah, of course, pancakes are great, don't get me wrong, they are good, but waffles are superior. I mean, dough-wise, they're basically the same thing anyway, right? Just like, you know, in a different shape. And like, you know, in a waffle iron rather than in a pan. You once went to a big city dinner in the US. They basically served a car wheel with syrup. Oh, you mean like size-wise? Okay, that was... I had a very different mental image of what that was at first. Yeah, don't they have like the crazy thing where they have like chicken with waffles? It's the grossest thing in the fucking world. Oh, it was a marketing stunt, okay. Oh yeah, they are a bit harder to make than pancakes, that's true. I mean, I haven't had waffles or even pancakes in a long time. I've had crepes relatively recently. Why not both? Good question. Wait, but if they're thinner, they're basically crepes, no? What are Japanese pancakes? I mean, okay, hold on. Hold on though. How are these two different? They look exactly the same. What do you mean? Those are the same thing. She like made the same thing twice and put different flags on them. Dude, chicken and waffles sounds fucking terrible. Like, how do you think this? Huh? It's like fucking fries with milkshake. Like, come on, gross as fuck. Vomit. Sounds atrocious, exactly, yeah. Oh yeah, salty crepes are great. Like, obviously you make them without sugar, but like filling them with like, you know, some like meaty sauce or something is great. I mean, they don't really look thinner. They don't really look thinner. The US thing is a tenth of the real size, true. With syrup vomit. Japanese pancakes. Oh my god, that looks so good. Give me that right now. I wanna. God, the syrups. Oh, it looks so good. No, I really don't think I will, Codex. I really don't think I will. And that just sounds like you're really like generally the combination of sweet and savory is disgusting to me. Wait, did something big happen? What happened? No, I'm gonna shit on it, Lily. That's a gross combination. Do I know who that is? I don't think I know who that is. I will look it up. I don't think I know who that is. I mean, I wasn't gonna look up pictures of the thing. I don't need to see that shit. Okay, but I have no idea who that is. But okay, so makes sense that the internet would be going crazy about that, yeah. Yeah, let's look at pancake pictures instead. Yeah. Hello, Edwin. I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself? It looks so good, though. God. I want it right now. Yeah. I like how this is what comes up when you look for cargo watch. Okay, so the friend request thing. There's still so this needs to be this needs the ID to yeah. This just becomes a map from. Don't I want to watch? No, I don't. I have a phone. Why do I need a watch? Proto friend. Yeah, bacon's okay. Bacon is okay. So this needs to be. I thought you were talking about. Well, both of us were. I think both me and Pashley were thinking that you were talking about bacon the food. Watch is useful for telling the time and places where phones are not permitted. Where are phones not permitted? What's a fluffy sandwich? Don't put a fluffy on a sandwich. High security workplaces where they take away your phone. Comedy shows. Oh, you mean like when I was in New York, we went to Comedy Cellar once. That place was the worst. That place was the worst. Full stop. Just the worst. And they did actually take away your phone, so yeah. I guess having a watch would have been nice there, because, I really wanted to know when it was finally gonna be over. Because not just was everything way too loud, it also just wasn't funny. Oh, it's egg whites, okay. You worked for a company that bacon was a serious part of the culture, to the point that when you started having your own conventions, vendors would all bring like 50 pounds of cooked bacon of all kinds. Wow. It's kind of strange to have bacon be part of the culture. I mean, I only went along with it because I was with a group, and because I was hoping that the show was actually gonna be fun, but it was incredibly unfun. And like, they had the speakers on so loud that, especially the music that was being played during the intermissions, like I literally had to hold my ear shut because it was so fucking loud. Oh, I know those. But they're like sweet, right, Ermalis? Why do we cook bacon but bake cookies? That is we need Eigentourist here with his 4 philosophy courses. You don't know what you'll take both? Yeah, not at the same time though. Why do we program with a program? Because compilers can compile themselves. So this needs to be, I mean, do I want to? That's fine. Probably. Probably. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, that combination is incredibly gross to me, Codex. Like, I don't like it in any context. Not so loud, I can hear you mixing sweet and savory. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just put a match here, right? This is a proto friend status. Yeah, just map like this, right? Into. Yeah. And you're unhappy because... Oh, this needs to be proto-friend status. Yeah. 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 Send friend notification, user as source, target, none. Yeah. Yeah. We can even do one, no, we can't. Got excited for a moment there, but no, we can't do that. That's okay. Friend status accepted. Friend status outgoing. Yeah. Wait, incoming too, actually. Yeah. Wait, hold on. This needs to be... No, this needs... Oh. Thinking, because this is not trivial. Maybe we don't do this. I think we don't do this, probably. I don't know. I mean, it's either we put an if here, or... Either we put an if in here, or we do... almost the same thing in the 3 branches here. We definitely should do this, there is no doubt in my mind at all, actually. But the question is, what's this? That is the question. Oh, they're not very sweet? I think that I don't know them, Armadas. A programmy. the programmy spelling is so funny to me. Real programmers only need a magnetized needle and a steady hand. Actually true. Do I hate PB&Js? Well, only if the peanut butter is too salty. Peanut butter here isn't salted. At least, like, I would buy unsalted peanut butter for a PB&J. Like, I know that in the US, peanut butter is basically 50% salt and sugar, but here, peanut butter is, surprisingly, peanuts. And so, it would be fine. Nutella is okay. I do eat it, but it's like, I wouldn't exactly describe it as the pinnacle of, like, healthy European food. I prefer jam on crepes rather than Nutella. Nutella is a bit too heavy on crepes for me. Because crepes are like, you know, a bit of a light food, and so Nutella would make them too heavy. For me, at least. Alright, so if we were to not do that, we would need to put this source, target, proto, friend status, outgoing, and this is incoming. And then this is the reverse. I mean, that's just kind of annoying though, isn't it? Okay, no, it bothers me too much. New plan. Impl from friend status for proto friend status. Alright, so and this then has to be, I mean, should it be from option, right? I don't think it is Phoenix. It tastes very different to me. I don't think it is Nutella. Italians go crazy for Nutella, really? Every gas station is stacked with Nutella? I don't think that's very good for the car. Peanut butter? Wait, what are honey roasted peanuts? How do you roast something with honey? So this needs to be an option of friend status. And then here we just need to map with, so this is fine. This needs to be a double into, right? You're a bit confused, of course. How about we do let's do, well, this is proto friend status from status into. And this is almost the same thing. Just we need to map the other way around. outgoing request, then incoming request, else status. All right. Peanuts roasted in butter, honey, some salt, and optional cinnamon. Huh, I'd try it. I would try that. And so this then literally just becomes... send friend notification. Source, target, this one. Copied. And then this is just, proto friends, no, yeah, friend status from some status. Alright, cool. Dash cool. Okay. Gnutella, wow. Wait, does it actually exist, or did you just make that up? You have a way to speed up my user ID generation, what's that? Why are the braces on the next line? That's the most horrifying thing about that. Let's do a proto. Okay, you're very unhappy, as you should be. Whoa, okay, that makes sense. I guess we make this a reactive map then. Big int to chat friend status. Oh, it's real? Huh. I wonder what would happen. What would happen if we were to go here? Because I know Protobuf has maps, right? This is mostly me being curious. How do you define a map? Map, ID, friend status. Sorry, a UN64. That's crazy seeing a map in here. So I take it you're gonna be unhappy? You're not unhappy. Does that just... No. Oh, it needs to be a hash map. Okay. Oh, but it can... No. Why are you happy right now? Why are you happy? Headless Headhunter, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Hello Tiffire, hello Sisvanam. How are you doing? Hello Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Hello Ashley. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome. What if I do a cargo clippy? Why are you okay with this? No, you're not okay with this. Okay, good. However, if we were to instead do one of these, can I even just do this? Firebrand, thank you for the follow. Hello, how you doing? You have to run and grab breakfast. No worries, enjoy your breakfast. Thank you for the raid. What is going on? We are currently exploring the map feature of Protobuff and more generally implementing a few additional features on friend requests in our chat application. Can I do copy here? I can. And you're... Oh, of course. No, this needs to be a... This does need to be mapped just here and here. What if I do I-32 from here? Can you not collect like that? No, it's not an add-in for Discord. I'm making my own chat server. I'm not interacting with Discord itself at all here. What is the type that it needs? From iterator, right? Collect needs from iterator, yeah. And that is implemented for hash map, no? Yeah. Yeah, but that's what we have. It doesn't super matter because I'm probably not gonna... Hold on, I want to try something. Let's map hash map U64 I32 is this. Does that not work? What are you doing? Is there just some... There's syntax error here. No. Why are you rendering it like that? Why are you so unhappy? Oh, there is a syntax error. No, well, what are you doing? Oh, it's all because of a syntax error. Okay. Hold on. Using my phone, I think I can actually do that exact color. Let me see. I think I can do that exact color. What was it? AT00AT. Hello? That's definitely not it. There we go. Yeah, that's nice. Pretty cool. Modern technology. Okay, so this just had a syntax error, right? Okay, yeah, so without the syntax error, it works. Do we even still need to do this then? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming this can be an into then. Alright, so that makes it happy. And on the front end, how would that look? I don't think we want to map to a hash map here, but I just kind of am curious. Okay, interesting. But yeah, let's not do the map thing because that's just inefficient, and we're not here to be inefficient. Alright, so this is happy again, and you just need to... Did we just override it here? Probably, right? We probably just say this friends clear, and then for a friend of friends. Thank you, Tabby. How are you doing? There we go. Huh? Set. Okay. Not push, not insert, not add, but set. Panderific! Hell yeah. Seeing that I'm developing a chat app, what do I think about federations? So if there are two servers, there can be one-to-one or group chats between people of different servers. I mean, those would have to be peer-to-peer then, though, right? I'm following more of like the Discord or Slack model, where you have like a centralized server that keeps all of the logs. And so this just then just becomes friend, and this is if JSON value status chat friend status none delete there we go. And then if incoming how about this? Else if this friends gets outgoing and it's now accepted, then we alert person accepted your friend request. There we go. Yeah, that was a typo, Roger, but thank you. Obviously, we'll eventually want something more sophisticated than alert, but it works for the purposes of this exercise for now. And I think there's still gonna be something else that's unhappy, right? What? Okay, yeah. That looks more reasonable than what we saw before. And right, so for one thing in the chat where we list the friends, right, we no longer do that here. That's okay. No, I'm actually very good at seeing mistakes in code. I think in part because when I first started out with coding, I was writing PHP with no syntax highlighting in Notepad with no indentation and not knowing that the option display errors existed. So whenever I made any kind of programming mistake, I would be staring at a blank page with zero indication of what went wrong and having to look for the error in a file with no indentation and no syntax highlighting. And I didn't know any better, so it didn't bother me. I thought that was just what programming was. I had fun. And I think it made me really good at seeing syntax errors. Coel Honator, thank you for the follow. How are you? I hope I pronounced it properly. Ah, the fishies. The fishies. Where's Grumpy Pete? Where's Grumpy Pete? I don't see him. Oh, there he is. He's emerging. He's emerging. Hi, Grumper. Hi. 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 You're so cute. Such a sweet face. So grumpy. Little fishy. Little goldfishy. Also, how rude of me for not saying so. Hello, Darkan. How are you doing? Imagine being a rude ass like me. Okay, so we just need to do here. This needs to be a little bit smarter than just doing friends has. Let's do friend status and just do a get here. That's how God indented. True. I still import. No, we're re-exporting, right? Yeah, let's re-export. Import friend status equals chat friend status. So we don't need this here. We don't need you or you or you or you. And then here we can just import the friend status here. Svelte doesn't have like a switch or anything, right? No, I guess. I mean, I guess it would, like in an expression, I could just use a switch, but that would be kind of weird. I'll just do like a nested ternary here. Everyone's favorite. I love nested ternaries. If it's incoming... I mean, if it's incoming, we need, like... accept or deny, right? Now we need, like, more than this. How about we just make, like, proper ifs here? Let's do if friend... See, now is where I would like a switch, but I guess I'm not too surprised it doesn't have that. There, so we want a remove friend. Here. What was the first step I took for this project? I mean, creating the Rust project. And I'm probably just like writing like a super simple, I don't know, probably just writing a hello world in Rust or something. Because I was getting back into Rust. And then just making like an Actix web server or something, I think. Alright, if it's incoming request, then we need accept friend request, deny friend request. Outgoing. What? Output node? Fuck was that? How you doing, Direx? I hope you're having a good day. Alright, that should work. Let's do a quick format. Whoa! I'll use why? Alright, that's better. And then we just have add friend here. And then remove friend is much the same. Excellent. Sploosh, silly grandpa. Alright. Now let's see how well that works. If I log in here and I look at user 2, I should see... Okay. First of all, let's restart the server. Let's reconnect here. Said reconnect! What you doing? You connecting? Okay. Just took a while, I guess. Okay, this is clearly wrong because I'm the one who sent it. Let's see, I'm getting... status 2, which is... incoming request. That's wrong. That's wrong. Why is that wrong? Hello, Spoopy Doo. How are you doing? I prefer indenting with tabs too. Tabs are bae. Okay, well that doesn't look good. That looks like something's very broken. What if I look at the ChatDB again? User friends. 421. Okay. I'm user 2, right? I'm user 2. I'm the one who sent the friend request. You're just trying to get by as a junior dev? What kind of dev do you do, Spoopy? It's annoying that everyone around you seems to prefer using spaces. Same. I don't really get how anyone can prefer spaces. So, if this is why is this 421 anyway? It feels a bit problematic. Oh, Grumpy Pete, you cute fish. Backend web TypeScript. And do you already, like, are you already working for a company, or is this, more what you would like to do? I guess my opinion of preferring tabs is partially rooted in the fact that I really don't like alignment. I prefer indentation over alignment all the time. Two years in the industry still feel like a noob though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with you learning new things every day. If anything, I feel like that's what makes you a good dev. Do you know what specifically is making you feel like that? So let's see, okay, so this is, incoming, so this is, but this is correct though. Singleton in the clutter, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Wait, no, I need to be in persistence. Here. I did not write this the way I thought. Okay. Well, now I know that. But so it is correctly written into the database. It's an incoming request to user 1. Okay. Hello, Mystic. How you doing? There's always so much to learn, but I feel like that's what's making the field so cool, right? That you can always learn new things. I personally love that about it. To be fair though, Robin, I feel like the way the fact that Spoopy is feeling like there's always so much to learn, to me indicates that they do get the opportunity to learn new things. So what sorts of things have you been learning recently, if you'd like to share? So I'm assuming it's a deserialization here that's wrong. No, that also looks correct. Wait. We need to else if status equals friend status incoming request. We need to map the other way around too. You dummy, you dummy, you dummy. You absolute bedummy. Am I doing this wrong here too? I think I did this wrong here too, no? Oh yeah, of course I did. I mean, what if, genuinely, we just put this match here, since we need it in multiple places. Voyager, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. You work at a startup, so you have a lot of stuff on your own fast. You want to share what kind of startup it is. You did a technical interview earlier and kind of bombed it, but there's always next time. What happened? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Also, I love how I can just have an impl and an enum. Rust is so cool. And this actually makes it even easier then, because then what we can do, then, ooh, that's gonna be real nice, ooh, that's gonna be real nice, that's gonna be real nice, because here what we do, here what we do is just, we just, status, map, friend status, reverse. Oh! It doesn't work. That's okay. Interesting that it doesn't work. I guess I would have to do no, I think we want I have a borrow here. Will that be? No, it's not happy about that. That's okay. We can do a closure here. Fine, I guess we'll do a closure. Whatever. Surprised you think borrow or something wouldn't work here. If I do like this. Interesting. What do you mean the compiler would automatically borrow? Oh, because this is implemented on, okay. No, I see, that makes sense, because this is implemented on the borrow already. of surprised this isn't Naboro here. What is this implemented on? But how can it consume self? Is it because this is copy? Maybe it's because it's copy. Hey Nyx Florp, how you doing? You clipped a section of my stream and titled it "You Dummy," but it's of me saying "You Dummy." Aw, you're cute for pointing that out. I don't think I would have thought that either way, but I really appreciate you saying that. Oh, you work in crypto. What do you do, Spoopy? And yeah, there's nothing wrong with crypto itself. It's more like the, you know, the cringe marketing that gives it a bad name. It's really the same with AI. Alright, if I restart now, that should work, I think. It was a pair programming one. You've never done one before. They gave you a test repository that was... Wait, why did they expect you to do Spring if you'd never done Spring before? Or was the whole point of it kind of to like put you into a situation of like learning new things live? There we go, retract friend request. Add friend. Oh, and now if I go here... Why am I getting this now? That's very interesting. If I retract the... That's interesting. I just realized something. I just realized that Flume doesn't throw away messages when there is no active listener. And that's kind of a problem. For the user stuff. Because I've somehow been operating under the assumption that it would just... What if I was to use bounded instead? Oh, fuck off. Oh. That's a bit of a problem. You're gonna eat? Enjoy your food, Robin. And your nap if you do. But of course, selfishly, I'm gonna hope that you don't nap so I can talk to you more. You struggled for way too long to identify a bug where you wrote view width instead of view height in a height property. So you know you're losing your grip. It happens. Spring wasn't in the job description or mentioned in the email detailing the interview, so maybe it was them just wanting to see how you would go about... Like, I don't hate the idea of, like, you know, giving a developer something they haven't encountered before, and, like, not necessarily expecting them to perform, but, like, just getting to watch their learning process. And so, you know, maybe it's did they like indicate to you that it didn't go well? Like maybe if you didn't just, you know, like crash out completely, but like actually produced something and like learned what you could in the moment, then maybe that's exactly what they wanted to see. I mean, the alternative would be to just have one channel with a tag for which user it applies to. That would work. It's like the there's no real good alternative, I don't think. But even that's kind of dumb. Actually, no, that would work, right? I don't know. Broadcast channel. Does it have broadcast channels? Or is it just not a thing that Flume has? You produced something, but it wasn't working 100%. They didn't seem annoyed. I mean, let me put it this way. If they were fair, and they were aware of the fact that they were giving you something completely new, then I would say the way you went about it was a lot more important than what you ultimately produced. Of course, I don't know whether they're fair, but yeah. So does Flume have like a broadcast thing or no? I just realized that I've been using Flume wrong because basically I've just, you know, for every user I had like a channel, a Flume channel, you know? But the problem is that these messages only apply when the user is currently connected. So what happens is when a user is not connected, they've just been kind of like piling up, and when the user finally does connect, it just like gets hit in the face with a whole bunch of messages that are no longer relevant. And so I was thinking about what to do basically. Because I'm thinking that Flume is just not the right tool for the job then. Hello, Mr. Friday. You spent 6 hours digging through Microsoft's code to find an undocumented env to enable a management API endpoint that is required because you're running your app in Kubernetes. And why is it required? One of your favorite tech tests to administer was giving people a subroutine in ABAP, a SAP proprietary thing, and basically wanting to see their thought process. Exactly, yeah. Nothing hugely complex, they just needed to spot it, took parameters, looped, updated something externally. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Armalis, and ideally, ideally some channel thing or something like that, because like the actual send is like an async thing, and I ideally don't block when, I mean, this is only used from in here anyway. I guess I could rewrite this in a way where it, to what I had previously, where I don't use channels, but I just keep a list of the local sessions. Spoopy, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Well, I'm not writing Swift or Malice, am I? You Dorcas? You little Dorcas, you? Samskus, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. But it also needs to be ordered. That's also really important. Like, if you just spawn a bunch of tasks, there's no guarantee that they're ordered. You don't actually know why you need it? Oh, that's even more frustrating than Mr. Friday. Sorry you had to deal with that. Sorry I sent you down that rabbit hole. I mean, we could make this all async again. Since the way we've written it now... has everything come from this method here anyway? I mean, we could do that. We could do that. Well, I will do this on a new branch. I will do this on a new branch. I will actually commit for a change. Let's see, what are we, okay, I clearly have something. I clearly don't have something I should in my git ignore. Server target definitely needs to be in the git ignore. ChatDB as well. Let's see, are we adding anything else that we shouldn't? I think the rest of them look fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to a new branch, sessions. You need the env var to enable RSA key encryption. To self-gen an SSL cert. But isn't that what I had, Armalis? To encrypt data for a strictly HTTP endpoint. By strictly HTTP, do you mean not HTTP, not HTTPS? I mean, the annoying thing about it is that we would have to have an arc RW log here. Like this here would have to be a RW log hash set what is this? Like session, right? It's kind of gross. This is clonable, I think, right? It is, yeah. Like, that's kind of gross. Create a service type for... But what do you mean by service type? I guess it could be dash map instead of RW log hash set, yeah. It could be a dash set. But if we need a dash set anyway, then what do we need like a service for? Like if the user already has this, then... That also definitely means that what I had wasn't working because it kind of relied on I kind of used it like a broadcast more than a... I guess I just don't really mean what you mean by... I don't really get what you mean by the service thing. What if we do use the Tokyo broadcast? That actually looks like more what I want. The Tokyo broadcast thing. Any suggestions on how to learn to write better code? Just write more code, really. I guess it depends on how you define good code, really. True, but we could just have like one of these per user. Don't be afraid to rewrite your code. That's a good one too. Thank you, Edwin. Hello, Totem. How are you? So what if we were to make this, So the sender then becomes a Tokyo sync. Okay, we're learning. Can I see something unbounded or, unbounded sender? Unbounded channel, my goodness. I know, right, Lily? It's so good. Why is it a weird time in your life? It is, raspberry soda, Totem. Which is, of course, partially sparkling water. How do I create this? Where's it? Unbounded channel. That seems good. Hello, Typical. Yeah, I have no idea what that means, Lily, but I'm glad Rust did good for you. And so this becomes sender. Wait, wasn't that possible to get to like subscribe or something? It need to be import. No. Did I misread? Sender subscribe. Did your unbounded thingy not have that? I don't really understand what you mean by when you see a tutorial you code. Chips made with, I'm assuming like flour with a U and not the flour, right? I mean, I feel like that's probably a symptom of you having watched too many tutorials and not trusting yourself. Probably, I would say the best thing to do there, I mean, the best thing to do is always to stop watching coding tutorials, because coding tutorials are garbage. Wait, but this doesn't match what the documentation said. Oh, this is wrong. I'm using the wrong thing. 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 Broadcast. Sender. You know the time when you feel like the more you push, the more you get pushed back? What are you pushing? You're on your tutorial-free diet during your interview prep. You just need to get used to coding in front of people. Yeah, that's... trust me, you get used to it. I mean, like with anything, there's probably exceptions and there's probably some good coding tutorials, but... most of them are just like garbage. And like the best way to learn is always going to be you writing it yourself than you watching someone else do it. Set immediately reserve that capacity. Oh, it does. Why? That is so unhelpful. Well, if it... listen. There is no wrong way to learn. If you're having fun, if you feel like you're moving forward, you're doing it right, you know? But generally speaking, the most learning is going to come from you writing the code. However you end up there is fine, you know, as long as you end up eventually writing it yourself, that's totally fine. And I believe the Rust book has you write a lot of code yourself too, right? So I guess we can't use this either. I'll do the dash map, I guess. Not too happy about that, but... it's the best thing I can come up with right now. Arc-set Actix WebSocket session. Not amazing, but what can you do? This can now be a default. Really? I'm guessing it would have to be a dash map from a... and I guess now it would implement default, right? Yeah, so we can remove this. You like how the answer to a lot of stuff is just do it a lot? I mean, that is life, you know, like there is no magic, there is no cheat code, there is no There is nothing anyone else does that makes them better than you than having done it more. Mix, I feel like you're referencing something I don't know. Sorry. Default is a trade, yeah? And it's really cool. So this is the same thing. And now here is where it gets interesting. This now becomes an async event. Which means everything needs to become an async event. We no longer need the user message either. The user message can now go. This becomes join Actually, do we want the Tokyo join here or the other one? I don't think we want the Tokyo join, do we? Tokyo join versus futures join. Alright. If on Tokyo, use join. That makes sense. I'm assuming it is Totem, yeah. I'm assuming it's Tokayo, yeah. Why do you hate the Palma Yim Nekudotayim syntax? Haha, PHP reference! Palma Yim Nekudotayim. That makes me happy. Why are you being weird? Map. Send message. Session. This then right. Right. Why are you so unhappy? Why does it need to be mutable? That needs to be mutable? Well, that doesn't work. So I guess that would have to be an iter. Oh, that's horrible. Value mute. And then we need to join. And now you're still unhappy. Well, that's kind of horrible. Oh, no, that's not what I want. I don't think I need the futures join here. Probably, right? This one, I think. No, the macro. And we would join all, I think. No macro. No macro. No macro. Join all. Dot await. Well, that's pretty horrible. Hello, GM Cletus, how are you? How would I recommend new beginners on learning to code? A lot of people give the advice of just start to code, which makes sense, but how do beginners get around doing that while not knowing what anything does or is used for, or even what they're able to do with their chosen language? I think it is not a question you can answer generally. It is. I can only answer that question by asking you, what makes you want to get into coding, and is there something in particular you would like to be able to do? Hello, Tired Beaver, how are you? And hi, Kinslayer. Hello, hello. "3 hours of debugging can save you from 15 minutes of reading." Actually true, 3 hours of debugging is more fun than 15 minutes of reading. Basically when you're thinking about Rust, don't think about pointers. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. See you in a moment. Hello. Why am I taking the dot value? Because that's the dash map thing. I was never doing Angular Schizophrenic. I was trying it out briefly, but I never really did anything with it. You like to build things, computers, laptops, etc. You've wanted to move towards building software and sites for a while. So is there like a particular kind of software or website you would like to build? Svelte isn't React-ish at all. Like, I really don't know why people say that. I don't think Svelte is React-ish at all. I do, however, agree that React is pure distilled garbage. Svelte is imperative, yes. You're a dork, Codex. Just code, break stuff, debug, it's how you learn. I agree, but I do understand Cletus being a bit like, you know, I don't know where to start, you know, like just do something is a bit of a difficult approach when you don't know what there even is, you know? So the first thing I can tell you is ideally ignore tutorials and courses. Most of them are garbage and don't really teach you anything very well. In my experience, it's a lot easier to find your own path than to try to follow, like, you know, the set path of a tutorial. I mean, I saw the changes and I just don't agree with people saying it. I think just because it has a rune called effect doesn't mean it's React-like. Why do so many people use React? Because execs get off on modeling themselves after Facebook. I mean, I could do a loop here, but that would be pretty terrible. You've been wanting to build a finance or life tracker for yourself where you can track where your money goes, your schedule, or stuff like that. So if you have that idea in mind, my recommendation would be break that down into its absolute simplest version that you can to something that's like, you know, just a couple of buttons and like a few values that are being displayed. And then once you have broken it down into something that seems simple enough, just make that and keep slowly extending it. Vue is great, Phil. I like Vue. I don't like the description for effects, but I still don't think Svelte itself is React-like at all. Am I still working with React and Ruby? For work, involuntarily, yes. I still don't think they're good, but I do, yes. No, React is garbage. React is a piece of shit. Is there like something else I could be using here? I don't think so, right? I wouldn't use AI for learning, especially when you don't know enough to distinguish between right and wrong yet. Then AI can so simply lead you down the wrong path. Hmm. Kind of annoying. That's really annoying. Being led down the wrong path to then find out it was the wrong path is an educational experience. Sure, but not really more so than going down the right path immediately. Of course, there is no wrong way to learn, but I think especially when you're learning, it's important to keep frustration low, you know? If your preferred process involves AI, there's nothing wrong with that, but I would be wary. I'm not saying you shouldn't use it, I'm saying you should be wary of recommending it to people, you know what I mean? We absolutely have control over frustration levels, what do you mean? If you know what frustrates you and you avoid that thing, you are controlling your frustration levels. Okay, no, that did work. I was gonna say try music instead, but that worked too. Hello, Datagram, how are you? Jerome Madison, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Hello. Hello, how was your stream? Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? I mean, to be honest, if dev frustrates you, then... And I mean this in an absolutely non-offensive way, but if dev frustrates you, then why are you doing it? Like, if you're not having fun, if you're not enjoying it, then... why do it, you know? Hey, Jerwin. Hey, Stony. How are you doing? How was your stream? Hello, Newtwo. How are you? So is this just not gonna work then? What if instead I do an add new tier? No, it's still unhappy. You've been driving Euro trucks, Tim, and now you're tired, so you're gonna run. Sleep well. Thank you again for the raid. Why are you calling me Rainer? That weirds me out. Am I saying I smile while doing dev all the time? I mean, most of the time. I know it's not an argument or anything. I'm just saying I feel like, obviously, you know, like, it's not all roses and sunshine all the time, but most of the time it should be fun. Especially when learning. Hello, blossoming petals. How are you? Daza Twitch, thank you for the follow. How are you? Is there a way to do this? Probably not, right? Probably not, right? Totem, thank you for the 2 months. Can you use a sub to also give a treat to fishies? You need a channel point redemption for that. Is deving supposed to be fun? Yes. Absolutely. You got a bowl of ice cream! What kind of ice cream? So, I'm assuming by grinding you mean learning. Why do you not enjoy that? Thank you, Totem. Oh, that sounds amazing, Petals. Because you feel stupid, but you're not stupid just because you're not knowing something. I mean, there is a near infinite amount of things in the world that all of us don't know, and like while you're learning, that's the opposite of being stupid. Yes, a treat for Grumpy Pete. Let me wash my hands and we shall make that happen. A treat for Grumpy Pete. It's a good thing too, because he was very grumpy earlier when little Yellow got that treat instead of him. There he is. There he is. Hello, little Pete. Hello, little Pete. Hello, beautiful. Cute. You're so cute. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. What a sweet little goldfish. Show you. Let me show you. Dog, what a beautiful goldfish. A beautiful goldfish. Yeah. Allergy. Yeah. There you go. That's a happy fish. That's a happy goldfish. Hello. There's nothing else we could use here, I don't think. there's like a version of map that can return like a borrow or something. You love the new background? Thank you. Hello, Hypnotic. How you feeling? A waving mustache. I'm assuming there's no way to do this. But yeah, it's still not entirely done. I still need to finish like fully unpacking and putting up the carpet and especially like finish the cable management for my desk. But we're pretty close to done. How many languages do I know? All of them. Thank you. It's kind of annoying that that needs like that needs a mutable. I mean, we could clone, but that would be pretty terrible. Except maybe it wouldn't. I mean, it's just an arc, isn't it? Arthur Lincoln, thank you for the follow. How are you? The best color? Purple, I'm assuming. Purple. Ready, purple. I guess cloning here would be okay. Kind of gross, but also kind of okay. Because it's just like an option of a cheaply clonable sender. If we look at the clone implementation, that should be like super. Yeah, that's cheap. That's super cheap. I don't like it, but it would work. We're in a branch anyway, so let's see. Oh, what if I return N? What if I return an async move here? Capture session message. Okay, so that does work. It's kind of horrible, but it does work. What was the bug you ran into, Lily? You want me to write for you a detailed recipe for a chocolate cake. I don't really bake cakes. Takes too long. There's like the reason I never want to learn how to bake is because I would get so fat. Like now I'm like constrained by other people like making cookies and cakes and whatever for me. If I knew how to make it for myself, oh god, I would eat so much. So if we make this async, this would then be a map. And then join all. Oh wait. Why are we unhappy? Oh, that's why we're unhappy. Alright. Kind of hated. When I'm coding alone, do I talk to myself? No. I don't. It's just when I'm streaming. Is it still the same one you told me about, Lily, the flow test? The same thing here, join all, map. What are stream treats? Good evening, Kaltha. How are you? Yes, I am. Also, hello, Lexon. How are you doing? This is so gross. I'm still gonna try it out and see whether it could even work in theory, but I think I don't like it. It's a system so people, instead of donating, can send me food for free. Huh. It's a proxy for... I don't think Uber Eats exists here. I guess it wouldn't exist here since like Uber Eats and DoorDash don't exist here. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Kaltha. All right. That works. What country do I live in? I live in Austria. Aw, I appreciate that, Lexan. And so I guess this then becomes user sessions. Insert. I see. Events, new ID. Session clone. Kinda gross. So this one we don't need at all then. This becomes the ID, and down here we just remove the ID. Wait, what? We need the entry then, right? I guess that's fine. We need the user like this. I guess that this goes then down here, and then we do if user sessions is empty. We do this. Yeah, I would have been surprised if they did, because I know, like, DoorDash and stuff doesn't exist here. Why are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy? Oh, that's why. So now it's just this one, which, Oh, I see. Well, we can just clone. Alright, so it works in theory, but it's really, really gross, and I don't really like it. But it works in theory. If we could make this here less gross, then I would maybe not be so opposed. But this here is just really gross. Let's run it and see whether it works. Benefits of being on a separate branch, I can just get rid of all of it at once. If I decide it's too gross. Does it even work? Does seem to work. And now if I connect as this user, I'm not getting spammed. But if I do this, friend request. And I can now accept friend request, and now we're friends. Cool. Accepted your friend request. Okay. So it does in theory work. And we can even remove all of the pubs here. We only need it on this one. And this one, yeah. This is still needed in a few places. Channel. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Hello, Suyaj. Doing well, thank you. And how are you? I use Tokyo. By standard you mean async standard, I'm assuming, right? I think the support for Tokyo is like Tokyo 1, right? Tokyo is way better supported, I think. Like, I know some libraries support both, but I feel like Tokyo is definitely the winner. You're learning PySide for GUI in Python. It's a GUI library for Python, I'm assuming. Okay, okay. How are you enjoying it? You're writing your own screenshot tool in Python for Linux, but it will do a lot more stuff. What kind of stuff do you want it to do? Oh, Grumpy Pete, you cute fish. And this does need to be an owned value, right? Yeah, it does, okay. I mean, we could even just do this. It's also kind of gross, but if we just do... Hmm. Hmm. I don't like either of these because this is cereal and that's dumb. But this is also dumb. It will be a plugin-based system, so you can select an area of the screen. From there, you will have plugins like copy and save options. But then you will create more optional plugins like recording feature, generate HTML from image. Interesting, and all in Python. Is this something you actually want to use yourself, or is it mostly a learning project? What was the bug, Lily? I think this can be a border, by the way, right? Yeah. Hmm. Alright. Hmm. You didn't sign extend. Oh boy. And was it so hard to debug because like you're not getting any like proper, because you mentioned that the tests are basically just assembly hacks, right? Oh, you moved to Arch recently and you didn't want to use any other screenshot tool, so it will be learning and a cool project. Okay. So what made you move to Arch? Is there a way of doing this that is Is there a not annoying way of writing this? That's what I want to know. Probably not, right? You're tired of... Oh, you moved from Windows. Okay. I thought you meant you moved from another Linux distribution. That's cool then. I wonder, would an arg RW, like an RW log of hash map be any different here? If I did this, would I be allowed to do this? Probably not, right? What is happening? Why would you put this at the end of your lo-fi? Lo-fi artists are weird. Oh, this needs to be right. Let's see how unhappy it's gonna be about. I don't think it's gonna let me get away with that. I very much doubt that. I very much doubt it's going to be okay with that. Alright, come on, start yelling. Never mind, it seems to be okay with that. Oh, but the problem is... Oh, okay, I see. I see. So it's okay with that, but the problem is... Okay, that means I need to hold a write log. Well, that's not really better, is it? Because I could do this, but I mean, then we have to clone here anyway, and then you're unhappy. Then you're unhappy because it's gonna be, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course. So that's not really better. This is not coarse? I mean, thank fuck for that, right? Coarse is everyone's worst nightmare. So if we bring back the capture here... Async move. I wonder, does it actually have to be async? Oh, okay. Well, I was curious. Now we know. Iterating on a map's values. Why are we unhappy about that? Oh, that's true. Oh, of course. Values. That's what it was complaining about. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's actually fine, I think. No, that's not fine. No, we would have to all of that is gross. All of that is gross. I don't know how to do it better though, but all of that is gross. The C compiler is the ultimate enabler for those of us who long to behave badly and are usually not allowed to. But I don't want to behave badly. I just want the good solution to emerge so I can see it and cherish it. Yeah, oh, mm-hmm. I should ask ChatGPT how to ungross it, but then it would be forever tainted by ChatGPT's grossness. Also, hello Sunny Cloudy, how are you doing? I guess what this really would want you to do is like, to collect this to a vec, and then put the futures here. And that would be fine in theory. What if I draw? Oh yeah, no, that one had a false positive, right? I think. There. We were working on dockerizing the Piper server the other day. What's the Piper server? They poorly implemented it to not have course support, so you wisely decided to look for a course proxy in Python. None worked, oh no. Let me look at that. What was that? A fast local New World text-to-speech system. Okay. That's not a very good readme. Okay. Self-modifying code. That's kind of scary, no? Kinslayer, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Alright, well I don't really like this, but it does seem to work. It feels really inefficient. And so I guess we would then also get rid of this one, right? I guess this could just be like a Tokyo Unbounded channel. I want to find a better solution than this. Hmm. So, let me think here. This always happens on the same thread. Can we do something with that? Can we do something with this always happening on the same thread? Because this is called from here. So this is really the only place where we need the sessions. So we don't even need it to be in the state. Does that help us? Does that help us? It means that in theory we could enter the read log here. That wouldn't really help us, would it? I just so want to find a better solution here. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. How do we... Okay, I'm also feeling really hot, so... AC, please help out. So previously what we had was a Flume channel per user, and that didn't work out because it is... Every message only gets delivered to exactly one consumer. And what we need in this case is a broadcast channel. And could we use a broadcast channel keyed by the user ID? I think we could, right? I think that we could do. Where's the Tokyo, here, So, I mean, this would just result in so much data being sent, though. Like, a lot of data being thrown away by, like, most sessions? I don't know that that's better. That would probably be kind of crazy to have, like, one single channel for all users. And the problem is this, like, allocates a capacity. I don't know. 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 This works, but I feel like it's not a good solution. Especially not because it has to take a log. But using dash map wouldn't really make sense either. I mean, we could have a dash map that's like one big dash map. With like a vec or something. Maybe. Maybe. That would mean we wouldn't have to log at least. At least not ourselves. I guess dash map would still log internally. I see a spider, I must kill it. How do I best get this spider? How about this? What if I can catch it and give it to Grumpy Pete? Wouldn't that be nice? Come here, spider. Catch it? There. Come here, Grumpy Pete. Reach for you. Yeah. There you go. Spider. Now what you gonna do now, little shit, huh? Hey, you wanna eat the spider? Hey. Look. Look. Gotta eat the spider. Albert. You're up. Eat the spider. Yeah! You got the spider! Got the spider! That's tasty. That's tasty. That's what it gets for being in my room. Yeah, I'm feeding into the piranhas, yeah. Alright, so I think it's either this or a dash map. One global dash map. I don't really know what's better. Probably the global dash map. What do you mean, poor spider? It was in my room. So we would put this dash map. This is called from. Okay, I guess the dash map would then be like here. I mean, there are no mosquitoes inside my home either. There's simply no crawlies or flies allowed in my home. The only animals allowed in here are dogs and fish. But yeah, I think that would be like the most, like the best solution. The annoying thing is then that oh, okay. Oh, because it's clone, of course. Yeah, because it's copy. Yeah, because it's copy. So the dash map will live here and would have to be passed into all of these. We could do that. I'll try that out. So we would have a... How about a... type sessions... dash map... U64 vec... session... If anything, I'm proud of myself for catching it rather than just, you know, being scared of it. So we would here get the, I guess it would have to be web data then, yeah. And then we wouldn't need this. We would instead do sessions entry user ID or default insert session clone push even. And then this is sessions remove. Session? Is that oh, it needs to wait, no, that's what? Oh. Can we even oh wait, oh, of course I can. That's all kinds of problematic. That's so many kinds of problematic. No, you know what? I will sleep on this because this is just kind of getting really and I will come up with a better solution tomorrow because I don't like any of this. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Thank you for spending time with me, and thank you for being wonderful. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. If you haven't yet, I would appreciate you leaving a follow, and make sure to join the Discord, follow me on YouTube, and click all the links, and let me know if you have a preferred raid target. Whom shall we raid? How about Adam? I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night. Thank you all again so much for your company. And I will see you again tomorrow. Bye bye, friends.